is he gone?
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm having trouble waking up.
From what? From the time that I
put it in 0.5 so that I can set it.
right? You know what guy tried to argue me about that? He playing music down there. I said, yo, let me move for this guy. He tried to get loud. You the one playing music with the guy got his channel though. He got his channel himself. I said, anybody with a channel shouldn't be out here playing music around everybody with a channel when you know he ain't fine.
Thank you so much.
Ain't that real, though, Miss?
I won't make you do that
He's flexing up. When I say I
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial at a federal court in New York. This is our lunchtime show, even though they're not technically on lunch in court, but we are going to be taking your questions for the next hour and a half about what's happening in court today, what happened yesterday, what's been happening so far in this trial, and there is a lot that has been happening so far in this trial. To get you caught up to speed right now, as Sean Combs faces racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution charges, Jane, alleged victim 2 in this case, is continuing to testify. She is continuing to be cross-examined, questioned by the defense. And it's interesting where they're going. We're going to talk more about it. I do want to give you a heads up, though. Usually during this lunchtime show, we have Elizabeth Milner, who comes on to give us a breakdown about what's happening in court. She is not going to come on in the next hour. Why? Because they started late in the Diddy courtroom today. They started at 1 p.m. Eastern. So Elizabeth is going to be in that courtroom for the next hour. But I'll tell you what, as you know, I host Sidebar. I'm going to do a full recap of today's events with Elizabeth. That will come out later on tonight, so I hope everybody can check it out. But right now, she's continuing to be cross-examined, and the question becomes, what did she testify to so far? She testified that she basically was pressured by her boyfriend, Sean Combs, her lover, her partner. She had this relationship from 2021 to 2024 to have sexual relations with other men in front of him as he watched for his pleasure. The question becomes, was this consensual? Was she a willing participant? And any objection she had, was it an objection as a love interest that she didn't want to keep on doing these prolonged sexual experiences? Did she feel like a sex object? Did she particularly feel objectified and victimized after Cassandra Ventura filed her lawsuit in 2023? And does that prove that she's a victim of sex trafficking, that Sean Combs was using force, fraud, coercion to pressure her into sex acts, commercial sex acts that was happening in all different locations? Or Was she upset as a girlfriend, as a love interest? And this doesn't amount to sex trafficking. That's the central question here. And we know that sex trafficking also makes up one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. The idea that Sean Combs ran this criminal enterprise, but that was a criminal association between him and associates and staff and assistants to commit crimes and cover them up, that he engaged in a pattern of abusing women, that there are at least 2 underlying crimes that he committed, whether it's sex trafficking, kidnapping, arson, forced labor, drug offenses. The prosecution needs to prove 2 in order to get racketeering. And then I will tell you, the most straightforward charge that I think Jane's testimony helps prove is transportation to engage in prostitution. That Sean Combs basically transported sex workers and her to different locations for the purposes of prostitution, for the purposes of sex work. You don't need force, fraud, coercion of that. I would say, based on her testimony alone, they've arguably shown that. Now, whether they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, that's a question for the jury, but I think that her testimony helps support that at the very least. But what are we hearing from the cross-examination today? Well, you're hearing Tenny Garagos, one of his defense attorneys, seeming to suggest explicit messages that she wrote, basically saying that she was a willing participant in these activities, that there was jealousy she might have had with Sean Combs engaging in a relationship with this woman named Gina. And so was her frustrations with these sex acts, these hotel nights, was it frustration as her as a victim of sex trafficking or her as a girlfriend? Let me bring in right now our panel to break down your questions. I'm joined by criminal defense attorney Lawrence Zimmerman and also criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Serena Townsend. Great to have you both here. Thank you so much. Okay, so first thing, we got some questions coming up. Let me start with you, Serena. This is from Merlene Spies. Why do you think that Diddy is still paying Jane's rent? Do you think there is more to it?
That is an interesting question. I mean, I don't know if he just has like auto debit going on with this rent situation. I don't know. I think it's hard to tell why he's made a lot of decisions in his life, including who he's paying and what he's paying for. So I'm not sure. I think there's always a possibility that, he's hopeful if he continues to pay for her and for the things that she wants, that perhaps she'll give favorable testimony for him or do something for him that she otherwise wouldn't do. One might be able to argue that, but it's impossible to know for sure.
Lawrence, there's been a lot of text messages that were sent from Jane to Combs where it's clear she was not happy with these hotel nights. She talked about, essentially paraphrasing, that she felt objectified, that all of this is desensitizing sex for her, and you could argue, is it because she felt that she's doing all these things and yet he's seeing people on the side, she's not being treated as fairly, or does she feel that she's being pressured into this against her will? The reason I say this is she's being cross-examined by Tenny Garagos, and I'm going to read a little bit of the transcript right now, a little bit of the court updates. And by the way, for the next hour and a half, we're going to be reporting in real time what's happening with the testimony, and we break it down. Ms. Garagos asks her, and you said if you don't get your A out of the island, no party, right? Right. Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK, meaning Christina Coram, his former chief of staff, you told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic. Yes. The Valentine's Day hotel night, having 2 men there, was that your idea? It was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. Like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, right? Yes. How's the defense doing at trying to say, and I hate to use this expression, but I don't know the best way to say it, that she's not expressing her reluctance as a victim of sex trafficking, but maybe as, again, I apologize for this, an upset or disgruntled girlfriend. What do you think?
Well, I don't know what you're apologizing about, Jesse, because that's the point the defense is making with all these cross-examinations. A lot of the people that have come into Diddy's orbit have done so willingly, knowingly, consensually, and they wanted to use him for furthering their own interests, right? The last question you asked, my question is, why is Jane Doe still, whatever her pseudonym is, still accepting rent after all these years from a guy who abused her and trafficked her? So I think that this raises a lot of questions. I'm not defending anybody who's abusing women, but I'm saying as far as your question's concerned, is they're making valid points.
Well, Lawrence, let me follow up with that. The idea would be he had financial control over her. She couldn't, earn her own living on OnlyFans or other things, that he's paying for her rent. It's a form of control. It's a form of manipulation. Are you sold by that?
I mean, listen, there's a lot of smoke in this case. Obviously, there's a lot of bad stuff we're hearing, that he's not the most moral person in the world. But as an adult, at some point, I mean, you're accepting payments. Is that financial control? Because you could just leave and go do your OnlyFans thing. Nobody's stopping you. No, I mean, she is texting him about wanting to do these things, agreeing to do these things, and setting them up. I mean, I understand there's a gray area there, but they have to prove he's committing a criminal intent, and that's what they're getting at. And she's a consenting adult. At what point is she saying it wasn't consent? Looking back, I mean, I think one of them said, looking back now, I'm not sure it's consensual. Is that what we're saying is consent? Not sure. Or looking back, it's not consensual. I mean, how about at the time? I mean, there's a lot of questions for me with what I've been hearing, reading in the paper, or you're watching your show.
We got a super chat question. I'll throw this to you, Serena. Thank you so much, from Maria Chavez. Thank you, Maria. Is in BI's there anything so far that the defense can use to request a mistrial?
Well, there are things that always come up during a prosecution where a defense will take advantage and say that a mistrial is warranted. I know with previous witnesses that testified, there was some talk about how the witness was putting on a front, putting on a show, was not who she said she was. Any opportunity like that is going to rise to a level for the defense to ask for mistrial. Of course, at the close of the prosecutor's case, when they rest, the defense is also going to ask for a mistrial. In fact, they might say that, the judge should give a trial order of dismissal, which means that the prosecution, even viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to them, did not make out the crimes that they're alleging that P. Diddy committed. So every opportunity that the defense can take to ask for mistrial, they're going to ask.
Well, they asked for one. They asked for one this week, Serena. They basically said that certain witnesses, their opinion was, perjured themselves, focusing on the testimony of Brianna Bongolan, who claims that she was dangled off a 17-story balcony by Sean Combs, or Mia, who claims that she was sexually assaulted by Combs. The judge rejected that. And I guess the question would be, they're free to cross-examine these witnesses, right? And they did. They thoroughly cross-examined these witnesses, arguably really hit upon the testimony of Brianna Bongolan especially. That's not grounds for a mistrial. No, do you think the judge made the right decision?
The judge made the right decision there. Anytime a defense is going to say, well, this person took the stand and lied, that's really a decision that's up for the jury to decide. Whether somebody is credible or not, whether they're telling the truth, whether they lied, that is a jury question. A judge is not going to throw the case out simply for that allegation.
Lawrence, I need your help. Well, yeah, let's talk about that. So, Lawrence, go to that, and then I have a question for you, Lawrence. I need some help. I need some clarification, but first, if you want to jump on that.
The U.S. Supreme Court last year, in a case out of Oklahoma called Glossip versus the United States, has said that the government, if they put somebody up and their story changes and they know that, they have a duty to correct it. It could be prosecutorial misconduct. So I think what happened the last couple of days, I think what you said, the woman who's dangled, was maybe Cassie Ventura claimed she was there, and they had evidence that she was not at all, and the government knew that. That's the issue for mistrial. Whether it's wrong or not, I'm not sure. But if the government knew it, put up false testimony, that could be grounds for mistrial. And the U.S. Supreme Court case helps them.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that yesterday, too, that there would need to be some sort of instruction provided there. Let me ask you this. There has been a lot of talk about what's going on with respect to one of the jurors. I think this is juror 6. I could be wrong about the number, but Lawrence, I need your help here. So it's juror 6, okay? There was something that happened yesterday, didn't really know, came up today again before testimony even began. The prosecutor here, Maureen Comey, seems that the government doesn't want this juror dismissed, removed from the case, but found there, quote, appeared to be a lack of candor with the court. And the defense seemingly has accused the government, again, this happened at the beginning of the day, of trying to excuse this juror because they're a black juror, or they are, I mean, that's quite the allegation, basically saying the prosecution is trying to exclude a juror who, I can't tell if the motivation, they're saying the motivation was because of race, or, hey, listen, the end result would be if you get rid of a juror who is a black juror, that's a big factor in this case. I have no idea what's going on here. Do you have any idea what the issue could be?
Not necessarily, unless maybe they're not paying attention. Maybe they feel like that she's not making, maybe the juror, I'm saying the juror's making faces. It's hard to determine what's happening without really knowing the issues. But clearly, if the government has found something about her, and they obviously don't like her as a juror for some reason and want to get rid of her, obviously the defense likes this juror, and it's very hard for a judge to remove a juror in the middle of a trial, even though there's alternates. They have to make a pretty good showing. That could be reversible error if not careful.
Yeah, it's interesting, and the judge said that they'll figure it out before the end of the weekend what to do, so we'll probably get some update on that. Okay, hey, Serena, I got a question for you, and what a compliment you get here. This is from M. Pathry. Hey, Serena, my favorite attorney after Jesse, of course. Sorry, Lawrence, but this is what can you do? Hey, Serena,
I'll take second place.
my favorite attorney after Jesse, of course. You're super smart, discerning, a great communicator, and well-versed with the law. Enjoy your inputs very much. I thought there was even a question. It's a full compliment.
You can read that all day, Jesse. That's fine.
I may have to. By the way,
thank you so much.
I'm not on often enough for people to really remember me.
Well, listen. Let's see. Maybe at the end of this whole show, Lawrence, you'll get a kind comment. We'll see. But Serena, I'll throw another one to you because we have a lot of questions coming in right now. Okay, this is from Bella Reyes. This is to you, Serena. Is Tenny Garagos measuring up to the task? I guess it means measuring up to the task of cross-examining Jane.
I think she is. I will give her flowers, her props. It is very difficult to cross-examine, an alleged victim of sexual assault. It is very, very difficult, especially in a case that's being watched by thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people across the country. That adds pressure. I think that she's handling herself beautifully. I think that she is approaching this in the exact right way. She's not being too aggressive and offensive, but she's just aggressive enough to kind of tell the jury that she's not buying the story and that neither should they. You do have to walk a very fine line in these cases in particular when you cross-examine somebody like that. And so she's trying to base this all on facts and evidence and not really insult this woman while at the same time trying to discredit her. It's not an easy task, so I will give her props.
Lawrence, going back to you, this is a question about the jury. This is from Legal Code. If I had a sister on the jury, would she be in trouble for talking to me about what's going on?
Absolutely.
So how would the court find out? And could she even say, hey, listen, I'm not going to tell you what's going on, but there's a big case happening. It's in the news a lot. It's about a big celebrity, a big rap star, federal case. I'm going to be out. Can she even say that she's on the jury?
I mean, I haven't seen any court orders, but I don't see why she can't say she's on the jury. I mean, it's obviously public knowledge. People walk to the courtroom or see jurors walking to the courthouse. I think that's absolutely fine. But can't talk about anything that they've seen in court. Can't talk about the case. That is absolutely a violation of their oath. They could be removed, held in contempt. That would be bad.
How would they find out about that?
I mean, gosh, so many different ways I've seen. I mean, maybe somebody hears about it, comes forward. Maybe the juror says, oh, I was talking to my sister yesterday about the case. Another juror tells. I mean, I've had cases where one time in a case where a juror came up and told the judge that they were informed by the clerk of the jury that about something that happened in court and that was a violation. So, I mean, there's all different ways. I was once walking in a court, and this was years ago when Facebook first came out, and saw somebody post on Facebook, back when you could check in somewhere, you see other people checking in and posting, and someone posted saying, I'm a juror in federal court today, can't wait to hang them high. So I saw that, and I went immediately to the chief judge, and I told the chief judge about it. So, I mean, that's a problem. People are silly. I mean, people do stuff all the time that we find out, posting on social media.
Well, by the way, Lawrence, do you think there's a possibility these jurors are going to come out and speak after the trial?
Of course. It's their time to make money and shine, right? I mean, I'm sure they will.
You're oh my goodness, you are so what's the word I'm looking for? You're so
realist?
No, what was the word? I was going to make a joke out of it. You're so I forgot the word. I'll come up with it. My joke will hit but not land.
I'm not saying you should.
What was the word? What was the word I had? I don't remember. But yeah, you think that they are.
not everyone, but I mean,
Oh,
they may not want to be bothered.
you're so jaded. You're so jaded. That's what you are. You're so jaded.
I'm jaded. I've just seen these high-profile cases. They come out, someone writes a book. Look what happened in the Murdoch case, where you had the clerk writing a book while it was going on.
Well, that is
I mean, it's
true.
terrible. I mean, these are serious issues. These are people on trial for their lives, and they have people who are accusing somebody they may have been seriously sexually abused. It shouldn't happen. But I'm just saying what I've seen historically. I don't doubt it.
No, look, I don't disagree with you. I was just making light.
People are still making money in the OJ case, writing books, doing documentaries this past year.
Yeah.
But frankly, there's a good documentary that's too.
Yeah. Serena, we got a super chat question from Richard Eslaw. Richard, thank you so much. If there is a mistrial due to jury nullification, can there be a retrial? And then any updates on Juror 6? Love the show. We miss Elizabeth, though, LOL. So I mentioned the update on Juror 6. The court seems like they'll work it out before the end of the weekend, or before the weekend. So if there's a mistrial due to jury nullification, can there be a retrial? And explain what jury nullification is.
Yeah, so I think that question, it's a good question, but it confuses things just a little bit. So let me clarify. Jury nullification essentially is as simple as this. It's when jurors listen to a case, and even though during their deliberations at the end of the case, they decide internally that they believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the person is guilty, they vote not guilty anyway. So they essentially are saying, like, we understand this happened, but for whatever personal reasons, religious reasons, moral, ethical, whatever reason I have, doesn't even have to make sense, I'm just going to vote not guilty. I don't care. And so in that situation, you would essentially need a unanimous jury to vote not guilty, whether because of jury nullification or they legitimately believed that the case was not proven. And in that situation, it's not a mistrial, of course, it's a not guilty. And then he just walks free. Now, if some of the jurors decide they don't want to vote guilty and some of the jurors decide they do want to vote guilty, and we have a hung jury, then that would be the cause of a mistrial. And at that point, the prosecution could decide whether they want to plead the case out and offer something maybe better to P. Diddy so that they don't have to go through this thing again, or they would have to retry him all over again.
So we have an update in court. As I said, we'll break down these updates in court, this testimony in real time as we get it. Tenny Garagos, Sean Combs' defense attorney, questioning Jane. She says, here you are planning to reach out to Sean and perhaps reach out to the Italian, who's apparently one of these sex workers. Jane replies, I was still doing that then. He says, can you FaceTime? Yes, that's what he said. 10 days later, you had another hotel night? Maybe. Let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with him. It certainly did. No hotel nights until the end of June? Maybe. Then Garagos says, hey, here you were planning to reach out to Sean. Oh, that's just a repeat of what we had. So where are they going with that exactly, Lawrence? I mean, the hotel nights, for the prosecutors, they're basically saying these are crime scenes.
Sounds like that Ms. Garagos is setting it up, that obviously that Jane was setting up hotel nights on her own. Even though she claims she didn't want to do it, here she is contacting the male escort, wanting to see what he looks like, FaceTime them. I guess maybe see if they're for real, and she's actively involved. I mean, doesn't sound to me like someone who is, again, I'm just basing on what I'm hearing. I'm not saying it's true, but someone who's being sex trafficked by Diddy unwilling participant based on where this cross is headed. That's what she's trying to point out.
Serena, we have a follow-up question to when you were talking about a hung jury. This is from Denise Lopez. I'm perplexed. Question, Jesse, if the outcome is a hung jury, what happens to Diddy? Does he go home?
A good question. He's probably not going to go home. No. What'll happen is, again, the prosecution will have to make this decision about whether they want to pursue. The case doesn't go away, essentially, with a hung jury. Only the trial does. The case still proceeds, so long as the prosecution wants it to proceed. So the trial goes away. The trial ends with no verdict, essentially, and the prosecution then has to decide. Now, again, a defense could then say to a judge, we want to make a bail application. We think that because of this result, it's favorable to our client, and it shows that there is, doubt, maybe reasonable doubt here, and so he should be able to walk free, or you should grant him lower bail or something like that. Do I think that's actually going to be a successful argument? I don't, But I wouldn't put it past the defense to try. They should absolutely try. But most likely he stays in pending the ultimate resolution, which is going to either be that the prosecution dismisses the case, they try to plea it out, or they go back to trial all over again.
One of the things we do on this lunchtime show, besides taking your questions and getting great answers to it and also reporting in real time what's happening in court, is we put up polls. One of the polls we put up is, do you sense the jury is becoming less attentive after 4 days of Jane on the stand? 51% say yes, 28% say not enough information, and 19% say no. In your experience, Lawrence, if you have an important witness like this who's on the stand for quite some time, direct examination, cross-examination, redirect, do you feel, do you know if the jury becomes less attentive and gets the point of it already?
Well, first off, I thought you were going to say we're going to eat lunch together just now, but I guess not. We did a poll. But yeah, I mean, listen, today's day and age, obviously, that being in the media, people's attention is very short. Having a witness on the stand for 4 days could get pretty monotonous, repetitive. You could definitely start to lose the jury for sure. So I think with an important one, you want to really try to make it. I mean, there's a lot of information, obviously. Instead of 4 days, maybe a day, maybe 2 days. It's still a very long time to testify. I get it. They think she's important, but you can tell when jurors are getting bored. They roll their eyes, they fall asleep, they stop taking notes, ask the judge to take more breaks. It just depends on you. You can see it in the courtroom. You can see it in the jurors' faces when they get bored and they're not paying attention. It's sometimes not obvious, but it can be very obvious depending on that person.
Well, Serena, the question does become, if she's providing testimony that's not so clear-cut, was this consensual? Were you a willing participant? Was this sex trafficking? Was this just a different kind of sexual relationship? You do wonder, the more the jury hears and hears maybe new messages or questioned about these messages in different ways, is it value added? Why do I say that? We have an update from court. So Tenny Garagos asked Jane, and I'm going to have to paraphrase here because it's very, very sexually explicit. Here, Mr. Combs says, he's basically telling her that he's touching himself. Thinking about, quote, how nasty you're going to be to me, right? Jane replies, yes. He says, call the Italian or Paul is free, and you liked Paul is free, right? Yes. So he gave you a choice, and you chose. Yes. So seemingly like you had a choice about which performers are going to come here. Garagos asks, he responds, I told Paul 11 p.m., is that okay? And let's watch porn first, right? Jane replies, yes. He says, the London Hotel, what would you get? Stripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips. Garagos asks, why shorts? I was really turned off by their shorts, so I got other shorts for them. It was not so fun to wait for them to be, let's just say, sexually excited. I started to get things on the side so they could get sexually excited. I got pills at the store. Rhino pills. So again, look, Serena, this is very similar to Cassie, right? Preparing things for these hotel nights or freak-offs in Cassie's example. It's not the classic case of sex trafficking, as people might know, where someone is kidnapped by this organization or group of people and shipped off to clients and thrown into a room and drugged and forced to have sex with people. There is an element of participation. The question becomes, was this really consensual or not? When you hear messages like this and and Combs at least seemingly providing them a choice, was it a choice? I guess that's a question. Did they really have a choice in all of this? Was it consensual? Again, it's a classic question, but we keep having to raise it here based on these messages, Serena.
Yeah, absolutely. Consent is a major, major sticking point in this case. And the more, the more they drone on and ask a ton of questions and muddy the water, the better it is for the defense. The prosecution wants a nice, clean-cut case with no questions asked. And the defense, even though the jury might be getting a little bored, subconsciously, they're probably thinking, you know what, there's a lot more to this than what the prosecution gave to us. And it's important for us to hear this side of things too. What Ms. Garagos is seeming to be doing is explaining to the jury that Jane had agency in all of this. She had the ability to make decisions, and that she did in fact make decisions, and that Diddy asked her what she wanted rather than forcing her, compelling her, paying her off, all of the things that the prosecution is going to list happened. So I do think that even though it's, kind of going on and on for a while, it's important for Garagos to be doing this because it just allows the jury to see that there is another side to this story and that this woman probably had a little bit of agency in all of this.
We talk about what are the biggest questions in this case. Lawrence, listen to this. So we got this question from Maureen Grogan. Do you think that they've proved RICO? That's the biggest question of all. Remember, top charge, potentially life in prison. Before you answer that, let me just tell you a poll that we put up. So the poll that we put up is, which charge do you think the feds have proven so far? 46% transportation to engage in prostitution, 39% say sex trafficking, and only 14% say racketeering. Where do you stand on the racketeering charge as of right now in this trial?
Through watching you guys, right? So I'll do my best. I think to Serena's point, as I talk about agency, that's certainly a big thing. If it's consensual, there's a lot of the case. I don't know if they could prove it up if the defense could tear apart that a lot of this was consent. I think anything related to Cassie may be a problem because certainly I think her testimony comes across a little bit differently than some of these other ladies afterwards. I think she's obviously the most problematic for a lot of reasons. And number one is because that video certainly gives a lot of support to her allegations, makes her much more credible, right? So I don't really have a great answer for you, Jesse, on whether they've proven it or not, just because here we are so far not done with the defense's case. I will say to what you guys are talking about as far as sex trafficking is concerned, you were saying, Jesse, that this doesn't seem like the typical sex trafficking case. I do a lot of these cases, like people who are charged with sex crimes. And I get in my experience, I feel like the sex trafficking statute has been overused and misused a lot like RICO. And that's why we're seeing more of them. But I think when this was drafted as legislation, it was meant more towards like what you talked about, Jesse, women, being taken against their will and doing things that were never consensual. And here we have a question of consent, and that's very questionable based on what we've seen in these text messages. I think when Teddy Garagos is crossing about these racy messages, I don't think jurors are falling asleep. They're probably sitting up and paying attention to that. She's getting special kinds of shorts, pills to get these escorts, I guess, more erect faster. I'm assuming that's what she means. They're not wasting time. And those are things she's texting about and doing and getting. Doesn't sound like somebody who doesn't want to participate. If you didn't want to participate, why are you getting those pills? You wouldn't want them to get sexually excited at all.
Yeah, but is it so straightforward like that? And the prosecution's trying to say it's a lot more complicated. I will tell you, and same thing with racketeering, same thing with sex trafficking. I get the prosecution's case. I get it. If I was a law school example, I see them checking the boxes, right? They talk about a racketeering conspiracy. Okay. They have the assistants say everybody was on the same page, set up the hotel rooms, make sure to protect Sean Combs at all points, get the sex workers, get drugs. They have to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. They got Kid Cudi for arson. They have Capricorn Clark for kidnapping. They have Eddie Garcia, the hotel worker, for bribery, right? Sean Combs paying for the footage. I get it. Checking off each box, it does become a question if the jury believes. It does become a question if they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. For sex trafficking, when it comes to Cassie, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think there are 2 more streamlined, concrete examples. One is the 2016 incident. If the jury accepts that there was a freak off and she was trying to leave after it, and he comes out, grabs her, beats her, drags her back in the direction of that room, you might say it checks some of the boxes for sex trafficking. Another instance, they're flying on an airplane. He's sitting next to her. This is the allegation. Shows her a tape of her freak offs, threatens to release it. So now you have a travel component, you have a threat component. They land. He demands a freak off. Commercial. So we're talking now commercial sex act. He gets it. That checks all the boxes. It just becomes a question if the jury believes it. At the same time, the defense has said, you are transforming all of this conduct, which really amounts to maybe state charges, into a federal case because of statute of limitations issue. You can't bring state charges right now. There's a difficulty here. So how else do you get Sean Combs? You go a federal level, but does it actually make sense? You mentioned Chacon. Chacon, the movie, is what we think of when we think of sex trafficking. It doesn't always have to be what sex trafficking is, but I wonder if that's a concern. Okay, we've got another super chat question here from Kai's sister. This is for you, Serena. In Jane's own SM post, they allegedly posted they are not a S worker. Now their testimony claims they were. Can her SM post be used against her? Serena.
What a great question. I want this commenter to be on my investigative team at my firm. I love a good social media check-in to find prior inconsistent statements. That's a defense attorney's favorite thing to uncover. Yeah, look, if they could authenticate it, that it came from her, if they could show that credibly that message was typed and sent and posted by her, they could absolutely confront her with what I said earlier, we love to call prior inconsistent statements. Those prior inconsistent statements serve two purposes. Number one, to show that she's not telling the truth now about that specific thing that she's testifying to. And number two, to kind of take her down fully with her credibility. As a judge instructs a jury at the end of the day, you're allowed as a juror to look at the people who testified and think to yourself, if they lied about one thing, they could be lying about everything. And so those kinds of statements, those gotcha moments where you can throw something at a witness who's testifying one way but posted something differently years before, absolutely, it's a great way to discredit a witness on the stand.
The cross-examination's continuing. Garagos asks Jane, the next day he says, want to do dinner at 9? Bring the freak bag just in case? Jane says, right, lingerie and the rest. But you didn't have a freak night. Let me refresh your recollection in this exhibit under seal. So it goes to the idea of he wasn't allegedly always demanding freak-off nights or hotel nights. There was a choice. There wasn't this level of force, as the prosecution says. By the way, there's another update. Garagos asks Jane. He says, I'm about to work out with Paul. Then I want to see you. You say hair up. There was probably a FaceTime between these two. He says, did you want to hit Italian, right? Yes, I didn't want to. Garagos asks, Sean says, Paul is all we need, and you say LOL. What do you say? I'll go to the store unless you get a head start. What do you mean? Go to the hotel ahead of me. But then you spend several days at his home? Maybe. So again, all going to this idea of her alleged participation. All right, Lawrence, we've got a question from ATX Stanley. As we're going through this testimony of Jane, this is the question from ATX Stanley. Do you think it was a mistake for the U.S. to call Jane as a witness? Her testimony is weak for their case, and her credibility is poor. He's paying her rent.
Yeah, I agree. That's bad optics for their witness, and certainly all these text messages that you just read to us are certainly bad as well, and the government knew about them. They turned them over. So, sometimes the government just wants to put everything up and see what happens, and sometimes the government's more strategic and doesn't. I think they're overplaying their hand here. Look, I'm not saying, again, back to Diddy, Sean Combs, obviously not a great person. Maybe there's other stuff he's guilty of that could have been easier to prove it up versus bringing a sprawling RICO sex trafficking. Why they think it's easier because it's RICO, but sometimes they make it a lot harder on themselves because look at all the things they have to go through.
Lawrence, let me throw one more question to you. This is from Jet. If Diddy is convicted on multiple charges, can't the judge sentence him to serve concurrently instead of consecutively, so he will only serve the time for one charge?
Yes, I am not reading the sex trafficking RICO statute to see if any of it has to be served consecutively. Maybe Serena can answer that, but it could be concurrent, certainly, especially it's federal sentencing guidelines, yes.
Well, I mean, sex trafficking carries minimum 15 years in prison, right, Serena? So what would he be looking at?
He'd be looking certainly at double digits, 15 minimum. And it's true, the judge could determine to run it concurrent or consecutively. As we know, there's different, like we like to say, TPOs, time and place of occurrence. There's separate incidents, and a judge can always look at that separately and run it consecutively rather than all together.
So I got to read this question carefully here, Serena. It seems, I could be wrong, but it seems this may be accusing the defense attorneys of, I don't know exactly the best way to explain it. Here's the question. Hey, do you guys think the defense is asking some questions that are not relevant to the case that helps the public identify both Jane Doe and talking about her son? And then if Elizabeth has an opinion on it later. So I guess the question is, and it seems like the allegation is they're accusing the defense attorneys of kind of nefarious motives here. that they might be trying to out her. I mean, Lawrence, you want to jump on this first, that they're trying to out her? I don't see that, but your take.
Absolutely, 100% not. I mean, I know Brian Steele's one of my closest friends. That would never happen. That's not even a question at all. These are all questions based on the case. I understand their question. I know people are watching and reading it. It's not something reputable criminal defense lawyers would ever try to do.
Yep, I agree with that. I agree with that. I think people make that assumption, Lauren, so they make that jump, or at least this viewer makes that assumption because look at what the allegations are against Sean Combs, right? He tried to bribe a hotel employee, was trying to contact witnesses while in the MDC. There was allegations that he and his former bodyguard were trying to reach out to Mia, personal assistant, alleged victim who says that he sexually assaulted her, after Cassie filed her lawsuit. I can understand the question, but I agree. I don't see anything like that that would be incredibly improper. But anyway, let me go to...
Not these lawyers.
What's that?
Not these lawyers, for sure.
Not these lawyers. Okay, Serena, let me go to you. This is from Labreeze Isvan. Can the jury members discuss the case among themselves before the deliberation?
No, simple answer, 100% no. In fact, every single time the jury breaks at the end of a day or for lunch, a judge will admonish them and remind them of exactly that they cannot deliberate, they cannot talk about the case, they can't look it up on social media, they can't do 1,000 different things. Only once everything is closed and they're behind those doors and they're told they could deliberate is when they could start talking about it.
Hey, Lawrence, I'm going to read you a court update, and then I got a question of my own about this. So Garagos asks Jane, you really did love him, right? She replies, yes. Do you remember seeing Sean in September 2022 and not having a hotel night September 9th? I'm not sure. Lawrence, here's my question to you. There are times that the defense has cross-examined some witnesses for the government where it felt pretty intense, where they were trying to suggest you're lying to this jury. You're not telling the truth. I think that's what they did with Mia. I think that's what they did with Brianna Bungolan, okay? So Mia had testified that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs. They confronted her with text messages and social media posts where she was praising Sean Combs and saying how much she loved him, and I think they were trying to say that didn't happen. Brianna Bungolan, she claimed she was physically attacked by Sean Combs, dangled off a 17-story balcony, yet they presented her with text messages where she's trying to... or asked if she wanted to buy him a sweatshirt 2 weeks after this happened. She stayed in Cassie's life, his life. They confronted her with metadata about photos of her injuries. They confronted her with travel receipts about where Sean Combs was. It seems to me, and tell me if I'm wrong here, it seems to me when it comes to Jane, they're not really going after her to say she's not telling the truth. It seems to me they're putting focus on the prosecution and saying, all this may be true, but what you're testifying to is not a federal crime. It's not, we might accept that these hotel nights happened. We're accepting that you did these things. We're accepting he did these things. We're accepting you said these things. We're accepting he said these things or she said these things. But it seems to me they're putting more of the focus on the prosecution and saying, we're going to take everything you say is true, but this isn't sex trafficking. Am I wrong? I don't see them really going on the offensive or aggressive against Jane.
I agree with you 100% on that, Jesse. That's exactly what these crosses are pointing out. They're sort of just walking the fine line and delving into the fact that this is all consensual acts. You hung out with him at times where it wasn't a freak off. There was a relationship there. And now it's, now you're looking back at it and it's just, she's, I guess, towing the party line with the government's theory is, right? And she's testifying to all these things, and they have all these messages showing it's not exactly what you just testified to based on all these messages we've had, for all these years, historically.
Serena,
pretty well.
Right. Serena, this is a really good question. Interesting. So obviously, if the defense is really amplifying the fact that Jane was in control, she chose the workers, she set other things up, she was buying lingerie, she was arranging their travel, she was paying them, it takes the pressure off of Combs. It takes away the idea of him being a sex trafficker. This is a great question from Diamond. Does the fact that Diddy, in most if not all occasions, requested that the women book the escorts not arouse suspicion? Could it be that he was trying to cover his tracks?
Oh, I love that question. What a good one. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know if there's any real proof of that or if it's just an assumption. I don't know if he felt like he was able to control women more than he was able to control men, which again could be an argument used by the prosecution here. Look at the who he chose. I mean, as a former sex crimes prosecutor myself, I've made the argument numerous times that people are choosing a lot of times in these situations the people that they think they can manipulate or physically overpower, you know, people who are vulnerable. And so it's possible that he just uses his charisma or money or any other thing that he has on his list to control people, to choose the people to do his dirty work that he has chosen. So it could be that he was using them to cover up his tracks, or it could just be that this is yet another way that he's been able to manipulate these women to do what he's wanting them to do.
I mean, that would have to assume, Serena, he knows that transportation to engage in prostitution is a crime. I mean, that would also have to assume that he could maybe be brought up on sex trafficking charges. And right, Serena, he would be like, I know what they might be using against me in the future. I know this is a crime, so let me have her do all of it. I mean, maybe.
Maybe it could be. He seems quite savvy. He's a quite savvy businessman. He's been able to rise to the top on many different levels. And so you have to make the assumption that he's a smart guy, whether you like him or not. And so it is possible that he foresaw that happening and tried to minimize the damage.
So, Serena, we got a poll up and then a question that's kind of about the poll. Let me ask you about this. The poll says, do you think the judge made a mistake by not sequestering the jury? 46% say yes. 31% say hard to say, 22% say no. And then we got a question from ATX Stanley. Can't a judge decide mid-trial to sequester a jury, or does it only have to be done at the beginning of the trial?
Interesting. I don't think that the judge made a bad decision in not sequestering the jury. I think right now, I mean, it's not like anything has come out at this point that's really clearly being leaked by the jurors. And I do think that over time, as we've seen with this sequestering of juries, that you do notice that juries, I don't know, they feel a lot of pressure. It's a lot to ask of people to give their lives up in that way, not even to let them go home, not to let them live their lives. It kind of takes its toll big time on people to do that. And so I think unless there's a real, true reason, provable reason to do that to a bunch of people, I think a judge is disinclined to do it. And as for doing it in the middle, I would say that you would need an even higher burden to show that it's necessary. If they already started the trial and the jurors weren't sequestered, I think there would need to be a real reason, a real leak, a real breach, a real violation that's provable in black and white that a juror or multiple jurors did something to change the way that the current status quo is.
There's more updates from court. Tenny Garagos questioning Jane. And by the way, I think we lost Lawrence. We're working on getting him back here. But we got a question here from Tenny Garagos. Now, do you see you saw him, but no hotel night? That is incorrect, Jane replies. September 4th, we took a jet to Vegas. He performed. Then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. Garagos asked, do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night? I'm not sure. Let me show you this. Does it refresh your recollection? I guess I did. So there you go. Interesting. Okay. Here's a question that we have from Shonda Renee. Serena, this is a question from her. Do you think Jane was prepped enough just to give enough to satisfy her immunity deal? Remember, there was testimony about whether or not she was given immunity for her grand jury testimony. Do you think she was prepped enough? See, you're seeing the viewers questioning and skeptical about Jane's testimony or whether or not she should have even been called by the prosecution as a witness.
I love these questions because it goes to my heart. It goes to everything that I try to do and practice as an attorney. When you put a witness on the stand, you cannot just prepare them for the testimony that you're going to ask them, meaning the direct testimony. You must prepare them for the cross-examination, the potential cross. You have to anticipate what your opponent is going to ask your witness, and you better prep them on it. In fact, it's more important to prep your witness on the potential cross-examination cross-examination than on your questions. They know the answers to your questions, and they also know you're not going to beat them up for their answers. But what you need to know is, what are they going to be asked by the other side? They have to air that dirty laundry in advance. And it sounds like the defense got their hold on her. This is the best case scenario for the defense. Not only is she giving them great answers, but it sounds like they prepped her themselves before, or they at least spoke to her before. And that is a gift for a cross-examiner.
There was testimony about her being prepped. That was how they started the cross-examination. Was she prepped for her cross-examination, which, you know, goes to the credibility of the witness. It goes to the prosecution a little bit. Like, are you just doing anything you need to get a conviction here? Are you, tainting a witness's testimony? So we got a follow-up question from Jennifer Edwards. Serena, does Diddy paying for Jane's lawyer, which did come out during the course of testimony, does Diddy paying for Jane's lawyer constitute a conflict of interest? And great coverage and conversation, guys. Well, thank you so much. It's a conflict of interest?
Yes, thank you. It's not a conflict of interest per se, like legally, it's not a conflict of interest, but all of these kinds of relationships and money exchanges and just things in general that are coming out can be used to explain to a jury why they should or should not be believing her. Certain things that she's going to say, prosecutor could say, well, you're only saying that because Diddy is paying for your legal bills. Diddy is paying for your apartment, things like that. She could be deemed what's called an interested witness. She has an interest in the outcome of this case because she's deriving a benefit from the defendant himself. So it's not that it's a conflict of interest, but it's definitely something that should be questioned and thought about.
Look, the fact that she was in a relationship with him weeks before he was ultimately arrested, she had a relationship with him after the Cassie Ventura suit, still paying her rent, paying for a lawyer, considerations for the jury. Oh, what a great comment from Oliveira Nikolic. Jesse, that shirt is amazing. I love that color. Well, you know what? Thank you for that. So let me tell you something. I found this in my closet today. I'm trying to always find new outfits for Sidebar and for our live show. And I found this. I was like, I haven't worn this, I think, since like the last 3 years. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll keep bringing it back. Okay. We got Lawrence back. Okay. Lawrence, listen to this poll. Whose testimony has been the strongest for the government? Cassie Ventura, 68%, Capricorn Clark, 28%, and Brianna Bongolan, 3%. What do you make of that?
I think that sounds about right. I mean, I think Cassie Ventura all the way is obviously the government's best witness and defense's worst. And again, as I said before, it's all backed up by the video.
Well, let me ask you this, Lawrence. We got another question from ATX Stanley. Can the U.S. recall Cassie Ventura to flesh out whether she actually witnessed the balcony incident with Brianna Bongolan? I mean, she just gave birth, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they could recall her in rebuttal to the defense. Absolutely.
Even though she just gave birth?
Yeah.
All right, well, there you go. Maybe she'll bring her baby on the stand if that becomes the question. Let me ask you this, Serena. We got a question from Kay Yuck. Since there seems to be a gap between the events involving, I think it's Cassie here, and the ones involving Jane, do you think the prosecution would benefit from bringing in more witnesses?
Well, that's assuming that they have more witnesses to bring, right? Like, the thing is, the prosecution needs to make a decision here with respect to the strength of their case. You don't want to put too many people on because, again, it's a risk. Every person you put on, like we're seeing here with Jane, there is a risk that cross-examine could dismantle their testimony. And so unless they have people in between these two events that are really strong, that could really, not just say, oh, he's a bad guy. They have to actually be able to establish elements of the crimes that are being charged. So they may not have other people who have that kind of testimony that could give the strong testimony to support those elements of the crimes that they're trying to charge. That's the issue.
Lawrence, we got a question from Ulti Workout. What do you guys think the defense, or who do you guys think the defense will call to as witnesses?
Gosh, I mean, who knows? I mean, obviously, it's going to be people. I'm sure they're going to test. I'm sure they're definitely going to bring character witnesses, right? I'm sure well-known other celebrities who are willing to come speak about Diddy's good deeds and how he saved a cat from a burning building. But I'm sure there's going to be other people that come talk about these women and maybe what they saw at some of these parties. It was all consensual. They didn't see anybody taking drugs or taking drugs against their will. Nobody was too out of it. That everything that they did at freak offs was all consensual. I think the problem they're going to have with bringing witnesses, obviously a lot of these witnesses are going to be reluctant to testify because if they're at the freak offs participating, that doesn't look so good on them. And they may be afraid as well of, potentially getting charged with some crime maybe. But I'm sure they have to have witnesses that saw, heard, and know things about these parties, or maybe just in the background, they know how they were set up and have met these women with Diddy on just, hey, I had dinner with Sean and Cassie a week after this alleged freak off. They were hugging each other, kissing, holding hands. I mean, those are the witnesses I would hope that they would have and be able to bring. That would certainly push back on a lot of the stuff as not being consensual.
Well, an ideal witness for them would be somebody who says, yeah, Brianna Bongolan told me she was making it all up, or Cassie who came forward and said, I'm making all this, it's a payday. They're not going to get. But I think the idea of maybe another witness like the Punisher, right, who was called by the prosecution, said, for everything I observed, she seemed to be, I didn't see anything like she was uncomfortable. It all seemed consensual to me. That could be compelling if they call witnesses like that. We got a court update. Ms. Garagos asked Jane, did Sean pay for your birthday dinner? Yes. What was the restaurant? I can't remember the name. You had a great time? I had an okay time. You write, is Nobu the only place? How about something outside of the hotel? And then Jane responds, he conveniently put me in a hotel with the Nobu. I suggested Poppy Steaks. That's a nice restaurant in Miami? So I've heard. What's the point of that? Serena?
Again, they're trying to show that she has agency, right? The decisions that she was making in this relationship from dinner to after dinner, right, were made by her, and that he was not controlling her. He was not forcing her to do anything. He was not bribing her with money. That in this relationship, in beginning to end, she had the ability to choose. She had the ability to make her choices, consent to certain things. And this just goes to show the environment in which this relationship existed.
Lawrence, we've got a question here from Kara Allen. Does the American jurisdiction allow for alternative charges like in common law jurisdictions?
Well, it's federal court, so there's no real common law charge. It's all statutory drafted by Congress. That's the charges. Maybe in a state court, like maybe Pennsylvania, I think they have some sort of common court of pleas. They use the common law maybe, but it's federal court. It's all statutory law.
You want a different question? I'll give you a different question. This is from Stefania Elena Ferdue. Will Diddy be on the stand?
Ooh, probably not.
And explain why. Explain why.
There's too much there. That would be, he'd be on the stand. If the defense put him on the stand, his testimony would be days, and the cross-examination would be brutal. I don't see how they could do that successfully. It's pretty dangerous with all the information. This is a case, make them prove it. I could be wrong, but I've seen crazier things, but I'd be pretty shocked.
It is his decision and his decision alone, but you do wonder what his judgment is. I mean, he still thought it was a good idea to post an apology video 2 days after the CNN published the 2016 tape, and you got to wonder if that hurt him more than helped him. Serena, I've got a question from Sarita. It's a question from Sarita to Serena. Okay. Are there no more external witnesses outside of the Combs enterprise, like hotel staff, security, etc., beyond that one videotape incident, that can testify to all these parties?
It's interesting, you kind of have to deal with the witnesses that are there and the witnesses who can make these observations. I mean, hotel staff, a lot of the reason for calling these extraneous witnesses is simply to establish foundation for certain things. So like a hotel manager or a hotel staffer could say, hey, this video surveillance of Cassie and Diddy is real. It has not been tampered with. It's legitimate, and so it's foundational in order to be able to put that evidence in front of a jury. Those people, though, are not going to be able to testify as to the real question here, which is what was going on in P. Diddy's inner circle. Was this a criminal enterprise? And how do you know? A hotel manager or somebody who's really on the outside can't really testify to that. And that's the limitation of the prosecution. Unfortunately, you got to take your witnesses as they come. Sometimes that's hard for prosecution because sometimes those witnesses are also unsavory. But unfortunately, those are the people who saw and heard what was going on. So those are the people who you're going to hear from.
As we wrap things up, yeah, sure. Absolutely, Lawrence.
I mean, there have been witnesses that have testified, I believe, that the hotels had to come in, change the curtains. There was like liquid all over the walls, all over the couch. It was disgusting. So I mean, that adds, obviously, whether it's legal or not, it certainly adds some independent witnesses outside the circle to say what they saw after these parties in the rooms.
Well, I mean, Lawrence, do you think they're going to have to call Christina Coram, his former chief of staff, who's come up, I don't know, in every day in every witness's testimony?
You mean the defense or the government?
Government.
I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, there's no privilege there. So, I mean, certainly she knows everything and she's been mentioned. I don't know why they wouldn't call her. But I don't know what she has to say as far as, what she says versus what people claim she knows.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you wonder if she'll be the connective tissue that they need for racketeering. Let me ask you this as a final question, Serena. This is from Shonda Renee. Would you say that Jane's testimony both strengthens or weakens the prosecution's case?
Overall, I think it diluted the prosecution's case, unfortunately for them. I think that the prosecution probably felt that they had to put her on. There's that weighing, the pro and con that always happens with a prosecutor when they decide who to put on the stand and who not to. And I think they felt they needed to put her on because they needed her to testify to certain things that were relevant to the elements of this case. They needed somebody beyond Cassie. They needed certain things from her. But I do think, weighing the pros and cons, I don't think that they came across, I don't think that it was good for the prosecution. I do think that the defense got their jabs in, and I think that they discredited a lot of her testimony enough to be able to say, you see, we told you this is what we said it was and not what the prosecution said.
By the way, we have one final poll result. I have to read this. It says, in your opinion, which attorney is performing the best? Brian Steele, 50%, Maureen Comey, 28%, Tenny Garagos, 14%, and Meredith Foster, 6%. Very curious to know what the jury might be thinking. What'd you say, Lawrence?
I agree with the poll. Brian Steele's doing the best.
I know. Well, there you go. Some would say Nicole Westmoreland has been doing a really, really good job of cross-examining some key witnesses. So, look, I think there's great attorneying, great lawyering going on from both sides. It'd be difficult to know what the jury's thinking at this point, but I love these polls, kind of a snapshot of what the public is taking away from it, but we'll see what the jury is. So, first of all, thank you so much, Lauren Zimmerman and Serena Townsend, for coming on, answering all the questions. Really appreciate you both. Great expert analysis. Everybody out there, I want to tell you something real quick. So, if you're interested in learning a little bit more about the Diddy case and the Diddy coverage, the second season of Law & Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, I host it, by the way. There we go. This is not self-promotion. It's actually a really, really good podcast. It is back June 17th. It's exclusively on Wondery Plus. The trailer just dropped. You can find it right now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can subscribe now to be the first to know when we drop new episodes. And we're going to be breaking down each day of testimony. There is a compelling narrative. It features incredible reporting from our very own Elizabeth Milner, and also some of our favorite law and crime analysts and experts like Natalie Whittingham-Burrell, Dave Arenberg, Safa Robinson-Frere. Hope everybody can check it out. Thank you so much, everybody, for your terrific questions. Always appreciate you guys. I am Jesse Weber, and I will catch you next time. We plan to do this show every day of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. See you next time.